Hello. Day without a plan. Let's see how this goes. The microphone is working. Good. So I'm gonna start by just going through some of my notes on brainstorming here and then try to pick out whatever I want to work on, really, and maybe add some to the list. This is one of my favorite ideas. As as we now added some particles when we are mining, it would be cool if these effects got stronger when we level up the pickaxe. Let's say you have a very strong pickaxe, then the amount of splinters that come out of the rock when you hit it, as well as the sparks, increase in size and volume. Making you really feel like the pickaxe got an upgrade visually as well, not only the damage number it does. Mm. Speaking of speaking of upgrades, though, I was thinking this is more like a general thing. Have upgrades fewer and more impactful. Less decisions on what type of upgrade. So what I mean by this is simplify make simple and impactful upgrades. For example, buy a new tier of missile launcher. That's 1+1 to multi-shot, fire rate, damage, range. So basically, instead of having these small incremental upgrades, let's say that you have already put a lot of resources into upgrading your missile launcher. And then now you can add from 5 multi-shot to 6 multi-shot. That's like the next upgrade you go for. And it feels like such a small upgrade when you got to that point. It doesn't feel good. If you always have like huge spikes on the upgrades, I think that will be better for the game. Spikes of power. Some equipment could change visuals based on upgrade level. Could be a possibility as well. I'm like 70-80% sure that something like this is the right path for the upgrade system. If we are to keep like the more split upgrade system where the player basically um, chooses his own upgrades, we have to make it very different than how it is now. I suppose if we were to run with a very incremental upgrade system, I think we would have to do it almost like an attribute placement system where you have like all the weapon stats on the weapon, and you can just at the shop just click like plus on each of them, like increase damage, increase fire rate, just by super simple clicking. The only way I see like incremental work. Let's see, I did forgot to dock that here. There we go. These weapon points, uh, similar to how you put these attributes on level up again. Click plus next to damage fire. But I don't think incremental is the best. So simple, impactful upgrade spikes of power. I'm trying to think if it would still be good to have like the choice of leaning towards a missile launcher that is good at multi-shot compared to a missile launcher that is good at damage, for example. So how I would do that is yes, have a huge impactful like spiky upgrade for the missile launcher, but maybe have two paths, you know. So you could choose to upgrade towards the path of targeting a lot of enemies at once, or you could choose to upgrade towards single missile doing a lot of damage. Okay, next up we have a lot of weapons that we just brainstormed one day. The sniper, the entire idea of the sniper would be like heavy hitting piercing weapon. So you would try to line up targets and like to kill them like that. Um, and also have a scaling effect where you, as long as your shot hit at least one critical hurt box, with the keep scaling up um, and multiplier your damage until you miss a critical spot. Let's say by the time you hit like 10, 20, 30 crits in a row, depending on how we set it up, you will reach like max damage of the sniper, but you will lose everything if you miss, making it like pretty strong, especially single target weapon, but you really have to hit. Explosive weapon. This is something we could also do for the missiles in missile launcher, um, but basically have a area of effect explosion when you hit a target, which hurts targets in range. Speaking of which, the mining part. We haven't gotten to the mining yet, but we have like an explosive here. Yeah, mining explosives. Could be like 1 minute cooldown or something. Not sure if I would go for um, buying the explosives one by one. I don't think so. I think I would rather have it like a gadget you unlock and then have a cooldown on it. Yo, Stolen ID, if the plan is to make a plan, but you already have a plan, then you succeeded. Congrats on the successful day. Yeah, that's fine. I'm on break. You're right. Go away. Welcome. It was a late start today as I couldn't sleep tonight, so I just slept in until like 1 o'clock. There's a lot of different weapons we could work on. Um, the ballista as a weapon. I wonder. If we could do that on the Tesla coil weapon. The ballista used to be like this weapon that was standing on the ground here. This huge thing in the corner over here. You would sit in it and shoot, and it has like these giant metal arrows that stick to the enemy. And I thought they were kind of cool, so I would like to keep it somehow or utilize them somehow. I was thinking if we add it to the Tesla coil weapon, like you shoot basically lightning rods at the enemy, which stick, and then periodically chains lightning to nearby enemies. Could be could be a use for it. How was my weekend? Well, my weekend was pretty good. I basically chilling, playing games, and I worked like I spent like 5 hours to make my devlog short. You can't do a late start. My boss was okay with it. Currently, I'm playing some League of Legends. Stalling until the next Path of Exile 2 update. I might try High Guard today. Yeah, been playing League since season 2 or something, maybe season 1 as well. I don't know. Yes, my soul is lost. Cooling impact effects. It's a smaller job, it's a boring job. Not sure exactly what effects have been pulled or not. Pool manager. And also the way I'm utilizing pooling for multiplayer currently is like stupid almost. It's basically preloading every time. It's not reusing stuff. So it's, I don't know. If I wanted a really effective pooling system, I think I would have to remake it. Seems like the laser effect is not being pulled, but that's only. I think the laser effect we are reusing the same effect over and over, so it doesn't really matter. Same with the laser VFX, we are just spawning in like beams equal to the amount of bounces we have. We don't keep many beams in rotation. We don't need pooling for those things. We played Dota for roughly 500 hours, and then I never cared about MOBA much anymore. But we can talk about Warframe eating my life with 4,000 plus hours. Ouch. That's a lot. A lot of hours. Set up auto targeting for manually aimed weapon. Hmm. I still have to figure out as I make more weapons, I have to like figure out did the player get to use every kind of weapon or do they select a few of their favorite weapons and use those or you imagine like Mega Bonk for example, you always have like 4 or 5 weapons in total and that's the cap. Then you upgrade them a lot. Um, we could go that route. We could have fewer as well. We could have like a couple of weapons that are like more powerful. We could have like character specific weapons. Like we could have a guy who's the sniper guy, the laser guy, the machine gun guy, whatever. And then we could have some shared weapons between the classes. Like we could have missile launchers, the homing projectiles, whatever. A few of those weapons as everyone can use. So there's a couple of different ways to go with this. and I don't know how we're gonna do it yet. An engineer that basically turns into a tower defense. Yeah, that could also work for sure. Like setting out turrets would have to probably be. They could be on the ground, but they should maybe be in the air. The game was originally gonna be a tower defense, and then somehow it just became more like Mega Bunk, where you carry the weapons on you and they auto fire. Yeah, turrets, resources, and faster mining. We could add it to the list on general here. To classes. Implement classes. Uh, Different main weapons. Machine gun, laser, turret, whatever. Different abilities, faster mining, faster movement, uh, more damage with weapon, whatever, something on more missiles. Okay. Like classes is probably like a very good addition to the game, and it's probably also um, gonna be a lot of work probably. But if I make a lot of weapons, this is a good way to allow the player to select a weapon as well at the beginning of the game, indirectly. You were making a stream overlay about 2D snails racing with random speed. I'm no game designer. I see, I see. Fine. Um, when you are in the brainstorming section, there is no bad ideas. I'm gonna put some wood in the oven. 8. Where were we? Bunch of weapons in mining. Okay, so Currently, the rubble is laying still on top of blocks when they wobble because they would act weird with the velocity changing all the time. Basically, when the pieces of block, the particles, when they fly out, they keep the direction of their movement. But that looks super weird when they constantly change direction when they're being wobbled on top of a block. They're going to be rotating like crazy. But at the same time, it could be it could be nice if we could actually have them move, when we hit the rock below it. Maybe. It like takes away from the immersion of the block that is wobbling and the pieces on top doesn't wobble. Something. You have plenty of ideas. You just don't have time. I see. Let me know if you have one idea that stands out in your head. The engineer was a good one as a class. Hmm. I see. So we did make the mining a little more fun, but this one, stone cracks each health state before breaking into rubbles. Now, I don't even know if the current design of how the blocks look and everything, if that's gonna stay. There's probably a lot of ways to do the mining, but if we continue on the Minecraft hightail vibe, then adding cracks to the rocks would probably be the way to go as we destroy them. We could make a teleporter as we are mining really deep. It takes a long time to travel up and down. So in mother load, there's a lot of different resources. Um, and some of them are worth a lot of cash, right? So you will get excited when you stumble upon the ones that are actually worth a lot. Currently in my game, there's only like iron. We need more. We need more variety. We need to find more exciting stuff. So this is This is a high priority, um, but it's not like it's not fleshed out enough to be put into the high priority list, if that makes sense. Like we need some actual thing. We need to set what we're gonna do about it. What exactly are we gonna add? Yeah, that's a good question. What do you like about digging in those games? That's what I asked myself when I did the VFX from that was inspired from Hightail. That both me and a lot of others as well commented on how the mining felt good, that hitting the block felt impactful. Still, I think it's going to be a lot more powerful effects than it is now once you upgrade your pickaxe. To be honest, that's that on the high priority. Yeah, let's see. When you stumble upon things in Motherload which are worth a lot of money, and maybe two of them next to each other, something like that, it's that is fun. But both the scarcity and the reward, but it's like you don't get it all the time, and when you get it, it's exciting. So basically, when we add a different type of resource, make it visibly appealing, make it worth the randomness of actually being able to find it, like make it exciting to find it. And then, of course, the upgrades are going to determine well how exciting it is, because if the upgrades are it, then it doesn't matter if you get a lot of money, right? The upgrades have to be exciting. That's a part of it. And, it's like tweaking the reward versus the rarity. Mm. But I also wonder, like, if we could make it. Maybe certain things could be like have a visual glow. They could have like a sound effect attached to them, something like that. Let's say that there's a very rare resource that we're gonna use later on, and within like 10 blocks radius, you can hear a faint humming sound or something, and you know like it's nearby somewhere. And then you get excited, you start looking for it, and when you finally find it, hype. Huh? Also wonder if we should simply mine with the left mouse button. To be honest. Sure. I think that's gonna feel better, to be honest. Just have pickaxe active. Uh, Hand slot or whatever. Rare minerals with higher value. Add better models for partly broken block. Change currency from iron to a more global currency. Satisfaction can be the right sound effect, the right feedback. Make monkey brain light up. Yeah, that's right. Um, Special blocks slash items in the mine. Like on top of having just expensive and rare minerals, we could also have completely different things. Like this treasure chest that you stumble upon, you open it and you get to choose one out of three perks, upgrade your character in some way, whatever. Could add a fun element as well. I get some coffee. Stay out of bread, I noticed. Bread, bread, bread. I don't know if a teleporter is high priority, but what I'm thinking about the teleporter is it's I think it's almost guaranteed that it's gonna be a thing. That makes sense. So even though it's not like, oh, this is some of the first thing I'm gonna need, it's still like, yeah, I know I'm gonna have this thing. So making it wouldn't hurt, you know? And the same goes if I make one other type of mineral, then change I change I don't know, the cost of things from iron to whatever I choose, dollars or cash or whatever. And then I tweak the values of the new minerals. Then I'm like, then I've gotten to a point where I'm ready to add. I know how to add different minerals. I prepared like different value calculations depending on the mineral. I made the general currency. So making a single mineral and fixing these things could be what we do today. Maybe it would set us up to make the different types later very well. And I think I wouldn't say zero, but I think there's like a very small chance that we stay with only iron as our resource in the mine. Even though it does have like different value depending on the depth where you find it though. Now you are able to test your ban power stone ID if you want to. Otherwise, I can ban this guy. Far flung sandwich, trying to sell viewers. Nice. Get wrecked. What abilities can we have? Hmm. Speaking of which, maybe either the engineer. No, the engineer. Maybe the engineer, but there's like a place for demolition. Demolish. How do you write it? Demolitionists. Um, he could have like shorter cooldown on explosive mining, larger AoE for explosive weapon and damage. Could be like a class demolitionist. That was a great name. Okay. This should be. I know the laser trail would be cool, um, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna continue on VFX right now after an entire week of VFX. Definitely, it would make the laser feel a lot better if you had like the trail drawing on the enemy where you hit him past 2 seconds or something at least. I think it would just be like lingering lingering emission particles, which was set to a child of the enemy, so that they don't disappear inside the enemy when he moves forward. I think that would basically be the setup. So not too hard. Laser tracer don't turn off when not is firing, but instead when not the ramp is greater than 0. So yeah, it would basically mean that it could take anything from zero point 0.5 to 2 seconds to turn off the laser when you stop shooting, depending on how much ramp you have. Slight improvement on the visuals, I guess. Mm. Start with climbing walls, roofs, buy jetpack later, something. I don't. I think that's a pretty dead idea, to be honest. But that's why this is a brainstorming cheat. It would be. It would have to be like at least a minute or two before you get the jetpack. It would have to be worth it to make such a, what should you say, uh, effect. I don't know. Like you would have to consider how they get back up, if I should use a rope or a ladder or just climbing on the walls, roofs, and is it even gonna be more fun? I think this is a pretty bad idea. But what could we write about it? Have jetpack and unlock. I think this is do it like that. Red, a red brainstorm, a bad brainstorm. Make mining more fun. If we look at the life. If I should start thinking about how the loose condition will work, because I think um, there's a lot of bad patterns that can occur with the current system where you have a lot of lives. Basically, once they break into the shield, they go into the end portal, and you have like 100 lives. You can ignore like 5 waves of enemies and just kill the boss. Just keep mining while the enemies go into the middle. Doesn't matter. So but it could be as simple as having just one life, or just having them destroy a crystal inside the shield, which loses the game. That should be in general. Um, with many lives, you can ignore waves of enemies and keep digging. Instead, have a crystal or something. Slide the shield, which um, in game is lost when the crystal breaks. Okay. Let player choose a percentage of weight capacity to be filled when using mass pickup. So the mass pickup button is a bit strange as it is right now, because what you would often do is pick up everything around you, and if you reach your carry limit, you're too heavy. So then you want to like drop things. Um, you could either let the player choose percentage of weight capacity to be filled, and using the mass pickup button, that could be like a slider in the menus, or we could rework in it's the same in Dome Keeper. Basically, when you pick up as much as you can carry, uh, it's a bad idea. You will have like zero movement speed. So if we're gonna do it like Dome Keeper, then it is correct that you shouldn't pick up to max capacity always. But of course, we could do it different than Dome Keeper and just say like, yeah, sure, if you it is optimal to fill up your entire inventory if you can before you go back up your entire carry capacity. That could be how this game works. It doesn't matter. Well, it does matter, but we choose. Problem. Um, mass pickup often sets you at carrying capacity, which is suboptimal. As you move too slow. and you have to manually drop ores one by one. Solutions. Player choose percentage of 8 capacity to fill. We let optimal play be to fill your carrying capacity. So this is less tactical. That's a minus, I guess. But less micro management. That's a positive. And this is light micromanagement. Have to choose. Setting. To move a slider in setup. There's another minus as well. Many players will not touch this. So what's positive with this is you could set a decent default, which makes mass pickup feel better with less micromanagement. Like we could figure out pretty close to an optimal number and then have that as a default so that the players that don't want to tweak this setting will feel good about using the mass pickup button. There's also not only less tactical, it's something about something about the greed that is like picking up too much. You you don't get the effect where players pick up too much, then realize they have to drop some and look forward to carrying capacity upgrade. Like you, no matter what, you would look forward to carrying capacity upgrades. Like if you could pick up 3 out of 5 pebble and you see the last 2 pebbles lying there, you're like, oh, I wish I could bring everything in one trip. And no, when I played Dome Keeper, it was like, yeah, something about the fact that when you first are able to pick up like 5 those minerals and you try to drag them up, it's way too slow. You go like, I have to drop some, and then you go buy the carrying capacity upgrade, and the next time you bring as many, it goes much smoother, and you're like, this upgrade was feels really good. So the question is, am I gonna get the same effect of the upgrade if it's optimal to always do the max carrying capacity, and let's say the player has to leave a couple of pebbles at the bottom. Instead. I imagine it's gonna have a similar effect. Like you just were lucky to find a lot of resources in one spot, and then you try to grab everything and you figure out it's too heavy. You can't. You have to go up. Of course, you're gonna want the carrying capacity upgrade. Yeah. But maybe more you lose having players drag 5 levels super slow, getting the upgrade and it going fast. Yeah, good. That players will experience having to leave behind doubles more often with low capacity. Okay, suggestions from Discord. Let's see. It's like a patch. It's like a trying to patch up a bad engineered system in the first place. Like making a solution to instead of fixing the main problem. There could be annoyed at their full carrying capacity not used without understanding why. There was also a suggestion of having mass pickup introduce what resources we pick up. So of course, this is also the same problem with like micromanagement. Many players will not touch this. But of course, um, players won't feel like they are automatically picking up less than optimal force, losing out on max efficiency. Like they would be annoyed if they pick up bad ores if they're good ores nearby. So in order to solve the fact that players might feel like it's like they would want to toggle this setting, I think the solution would be that you have enough carrying capacity, um, or that the resources are scarce enough that it's like you feel happy about bringing even iron. Like it should be valuable enough that you don't want to leave it on the ground even when you're diving deeper into the mine. Like either that or you simply don't find iron when you go really deep in the mine. That could be a solution as well. Basically, scale scale the. That's something I'm probably going to do anyways. Like uh, scale the more rare minerals to be deeper in the mine, but then actually maybe say a cutoff point where there is no more iron. So this is actually a problem. A problem. Um, Players don't want to pick up cheap resources when they have too expensive ones. Then solutions would be like choose choose what resources to pick up. Or it could be a variety of resources scale properly, so, so you don't find things not worth picking up at different depth level. Basically, we have to make sure that it doesn't drop a lot of trash on the ground that the player doesn't actually want to pick up. Figure a complete photo um, of things like iron based on depth. It really depends as well how we're gonna do the rarity, because we already have a system in place where we can calculate the value of iron based on the toughness of the rocks we're mining. When we're going deeper, currently the rocks are getting tougher. They're getting like more health and stuff. Might have to tweak how fast that happens now that we have so many and these balls. Change those ASAP. Now that we have such small blocks, can't have such big balls. Like here, we get to like a green level where things are worth more and it takes longer to mine it, right? Since we have like this scaling system with the blocks getting tougher and more valuable, there exists like we don't need to have iron pop up more often as we go deeper. It could be like when you reach the green level, there's a new type of resource to find as well on top of the other ones you already have. But what I mean is like, even if we kept silver, gold, or whatever base resources we make, even if we even if we kept them the same scarcity from the top of the mine to the bottom of the mine, they would still have a lot greater value further down, which means they don't actually have to be less rare. It's still more rewarding to find them when you go deeper. It's just something to consider. Like, wonder if we put the pickaxe in our hand like this. I think we should mine with the middle mouse, with the mouse button instead of shooting. I'm gonna put this in high priority, I think. Just with a note, high priority, because I'm 95% sure it's going to stay in the game, be implemented and stay in the game. I should do a play session where once I make like one more mineral type, and I fix those pebbles to drop proper sizes and stuff based on the new system. Uh, Tweak the rarity of iron, things like that. Then I should do a play session, and I should see how does the current carry weight mass pickup, how does it feel, and then maybe this could be like step 2, fixing the carry mass pickup this part. Mm. Uh, Add a new block type, PG block. Have its value scale more than iron per weight, value per weight scale more than iron. Change global currency from iron to something else, cash, dollars, the billions, whatever. Okay. Um, New block type. New global currency. And then wait, wait, the iron frequency. We are scaling by depth, scaling frequency. Dot common. Further down. Instead, consider if a larger percentage of special blocks are of higher value, but that things like iron is not more common. But that special block are not more. And then we can play test. pay attention to mass pickup problems. We wrote down problems mass pickup might have tested with the new system. Consider solution for mass pickup. Hello, SSSXOM. I have never seen anyone with so much glass in the room before. Good job. Yeah, these glass things are from my sister. She used to have this apartment before me. Okay. Once this is done, I really want to take another look into the upgrades. So especially upgrade in general, upgrade equipment instead of incremental of individual stats. Red pickaxe, speed and power. Tune VFX timing based on pickaxe level. Have the illusion or have the VFX match the pickaxe power, making the player feel like he's getting stronger. Kind of looking forward to mining explosives as well, just because it's fun to try out some of the VFX effects we learned. Be part of Hmm. This has been on my to-do list for a while. Maybe I should download it already. Hmm. Okay, I need it. I need to have it in the add-ons folder apparently. If I don't have add-ons, there's an add-ons folder here, but I don't think that. Do new folder add-on. There. Actually, this. Oh, let's see if we can project settings plugins. There we go. Enable the load. Might be to the error in the script. Okay, maybe it's because I didn't rename it. What exactly does it say? Able to load add-on script from this path. Controls main. Not named main though. Poster folder. Ah, this folder was called main. Oh wait, it is called main up here. Okay. Main add-ons, particle controls, and particle controls.gd. Okay. Is there an error? Yes, there is. Doc preload. This thing. Doesn't find the correct path. Okay. this is the only error, we could just fix the path, I guess. Brackey's particle controls UI. Okay. Well, now we installed it at least. And we make a big particle effect, we could try to use it. So there was a bit more to this brainstorm as well. Special drops. Small chance to drop things like emeralds, diamonds, rubies, together with the normal pebbles. Okay. Layer drop. I think we find worth a lot. Oh yeah, seeing how 300 particle effect desperately trying to all run simultaneously. Yeah, I think Bracky's particle effect add-on allows you to do things like playing several particle effects simultaneously in the editor. So if you have like the mining sparks together with the other on-hit effects, like for example the rubble that bounces off the rock, or like smoke effect or whatever. All of these things, if you want them to play simultaneously, usually it's a hassle. But with this add-on, you can do it. I haven't tested it though. You said explosives for mining. I wonder if your GPU melts. I don't think so, because if you look at which one is it that spawns when it breaks? This one? No, it's not this one. But we can use this as an example. Look at this one, right? This is when you're mining. Um, so it spawns 10 of these pebble things, right? And you could put this to an absolute insane amount. Let's say 100 100,000, right? And you could add velocity to them, like initial velocity 20. And this crazy amount, 100,000 of these particles, it doesn't lag, man. It's crazy. These particle effects, they are so cheap. So adding explosions should be fine if I use particle effects, I think. The power of parallel processing. Yeah, I guess so. I think it's really fun that you can have such big visual effects created so easily, and that it doesn't completely melt your graphic card like you were saying. I should test it on my laptop or something when I add something that makes a lot of effects. Make sure. I did get a pretty powerful computer before Christmas. Okay, add the block type in gold, have its value, scale more than iron. Okay. So there's multiple steps in adding a block type, right? Um, First we add the actual mining block, then pebbles, then add it to block spawner, and see its chance to spawn. It's gonna be exciting to see if I even remember how this block spawner works. We'll see. Okay, we'll start with adding the mining block. So we can see the mining block actually utilizes the same bean for both iron and stone, but it then has these different preloaded meshes that it chooses from, depending on its type. As we get a lot of different mining blocks, I do wonder if we should maybe not store all of these meshes here. Not sure if it is expensive. Ask our chatty Pete. He knows. He's gonna say he knows even though he doesn't know though. That's the way it is. add an image of scene and explain how it works. We can also show a little bit of how it works on the setup here. Here we set the block type. Then we apply the visuals. I made a mining block scene, which that's its visuals, as well as health and other settings spawning. My question: in spawning thousands of this block over the lifetime of a game, maybe 100 simultaneously. Is it a problem that we store a reference to all different mesh types on the scene? Let's say we end up with 100 different meshes. Again, 5 times 20 types. For example, like this. Is it going to be expensive to do it this way? If we have, or would it be a lot cheaper to reload, load a mesh resource from code when set up the block from a resource? I guess from a path, for example. During the setup. I think I already know the answer. I'm gonna get some food in the oven. Right. It just stores a pointer, mesh data itself duplicate per block, 900 mesh slots. The scene mostly costs a bit more scene file size, tiny amount of per instance reference memory, and not a runtime cost. It's a reference memory. Huh. Doesn't think it's much cheaper to load it. Hmm. Okay, so I suppose the way to make it cheaper would be to actually make an instance of iron block and gold block and stuff in our call it pool manager, and then spawn them in their completed state. Then we could both have less mesh instances on references on the scene of each scene, and we could also have the correct one always load. But yeah, that would be a lot more work to set up. Okay, so I'll make sure I don't duplicate. I don't think make a library resource or an auto load with a dictionary. Meshes with the block type and health state. That's a good idea. To do a dictionary like that. How is the current setup? Is it just purely variable? Yeah. Also, um, I was listening to. I was asking iHeart about like when to use constants, because I'm not really using constants in my code. And she said that I should use constants whenever I can because they're a bit cheaper apparently. So as long as the values don't change, it should be a constant. If that is right, there's a lot of things that should have been constants in my code. Alright, so for example, this would turn into dictionary keys. Stone and iron, and then a key for each health state, and another tick for tick, key health state, value be um Excel. Ask that one first. Right, okay. I want to ask about the constant thing. If streamer about constant, they said never you can. And they explained it's cheaper on runtime. And then cheaper to use than normal variable. Can you look into the difference between computational cost, I guess, in using constants normal variable? Would the dictionary be a constant? Like if the constants are cheaper to use for calculations, because of how their reference in memory or whatever is stored, I don't know, then then we should then we should be using a constant for this dictionary as well. Okay, so maybe I misunderstood what they meant. Constant versus variable computational cost. The constant means the value must be a compile time constant, known when the script is parsed or compiled. But Godot recommends using a constant when the value doesn't change. Reading a constant or reading a var is not a meaningful runtime performance when typical gameplay code. The best wins for performance usually comes from per frame allocation. Basically, don't do the expensive stuff every frame. Static typing. Sure, how those work. Okay. So the reasons to use constant is more for things like when you don't when you want to make sure that you don't accidentally change a variable that should be that you should always be a certain number or a certain value or a certain mesh, whatever. That should never change. Okay. It has not much to do with the speed. I think one problem with using the constant could be if we, for example, change the shader on one of the meshes, will that count as changing the mesh? And will it be allowed to be done on a constant? Do you think if you have a constant dictionary of meshes inside, you will be freely able to change those meshes materials? What you're saying, because the material is not the constant. The material is a separate thing. The It's a reference the mesh uses when it's being set up. Something like that. Resource. I don't see a mesh itself, maybe, but Godot already tries to reuse and share stuff. If you don't specifically make something unique, it will try to reuse the same meshes. Yeah, I see. So do we actually do the coloring? That instance shader, toughness tint on the block mesh. Toughness tint, degrading color. You don't specifically. Mm-hmm. Which also means if you copy a thing 20 times and change one, by default, all of them change, because they are merely references to the same thing. Yeah, makes sense. Hmm. That instance shader parameter. Toughness tint. That's this one. And it uses the gradient color. Um, this tweaking this shader individually for each block, making anything on them unique. So what and what's the cost? I wonder if applying the shader will like only make a unique shader, or if it's gonna maybe it makes nothing unique and it's something you're actually just able to change without it being shared to the other references. Shaded data. These are the shaded data. Unique, but probably not the material. Yeah, that's good. Measure material resource is not unique. And having the shader unique is that expensive. Uniform. Is the shader resource is not unique either? Only the value of toughness tint? Four floats. That's not a lot. You can make the material unique per instance, but share the base. Yeah, I understand. I did tweak tweak the material sometimes to be unique. But this seemed extremely cheap. Like even if we're recoloring the block, we're basically just changing or storing four unique float values. If that's the case, it's super cheap. Just the color parameter. CPU cost. As long as it happens only on the spawn, it's negligible. Yeah, yeah, I updated every frame. Okay. So let's maybe make the dictionary first. Um, block mesh dictionary. We can have values such as this maybe. For the keystone, we want the value of float state tick. And we make this shared some. Hmm. Like if I decide to add another health state, won't be too much work to go through each of the um, resource types and add a health state, but not necessary. Good. I don't know. Thing is, I'm applying these meshes before runtime, right? Health state is currently like integer, right? Like it. What is its range? Is it like 3210? 3, 2, and 1 is basically what is being used. So the dictionary would look like health state 3, basically this. But it's like a magical number now, and we don't want that, so we make a enum instead, I guess. Health state. The health state. States. I don't want to write like low, medium, high, because then if I add more states, it's gonna be like medium, high, and things like that. So I think I just want to use numbers, and I just have to decide like 1 is low and 3 is high, basically. Health state, lowest. Now we could do health state, health 3, and then here we could apply the mesh, right? How would this look in an export? Even do it like this. Can't do it like that. I just have it like this. Doesn't work. So this is like saying 0, 2, key 0. Now it's key 1 though. Still doesn't show here. Hmm. If I made a different instance for example, iron, then we would just have like mesh health state 321, and then not separate stone and iron, and then we would set it in the editor. Then when we spawn iron, it's gonna use the mesh data for that is stored in that iron block, exported in that iron block. We could also have just one mesh for each iron, stone, etc. But then the cracks that appear on the rock could then be on like on top of the mesh. I was also thinking to myself the other day, like if we have this block here and you hit it for 25% of its health, right? And I was thinking, what if we added at the impact point and the impact direction, like we just spawned in CSG subtractor, like basically we remove a piece of the block where it got hit. Depending on how much damage it is, we spawn it in at different sizes. Trying to think it would if it would be fun or not. I'm also not sure if we can actually change the collider of the block. Similarly, like the CSG blocks do have their own colliders. So I'm guessing if we use a CSG block and we remove a piece of it, then the collider will also be gone from that part. I'm not sure. Now that I think about it, I think I tried that once and it didn't work. Let's make a box, which is pretty large. Five five. Then do subtraction. Make this one 3 3. Save this to testing collider on CSG with subtract. World. It's dinner time as well, I see. Add this wherever. Okay. And I have to make sure it collides with the player, of course. Layer 1 visual. Doesn't CSG boxes normally have colliders? Use collision. I have to put that on both of them, I guess. Let's see, ignore occlusion or culling. If true, disables occlusion culling for friends. Player. Okay, it's on the player. Oh, didn't crash. I need to make it a wall. Okay. Okay, so it does work actually. So I could. If the raycast as well works the same way that it detects that it can detect CSG boxes, then I could cut off pieces of the blocks as I mine them. Interesting. Hmm. Gonna get food. Will be a break. Then I'll try to consider whether we make those CSG boxes or not. Be right back. Into 30 minutes, I guess. What?
Yo, yo, yo. See you around, Stole 90. Thanks for watching. Let's see. Breakaway. So this is a static body 3D. And we're currently just updating its mesh. If we were to add like a CSG box, or if it's type CSG box even. Where would the mesh be then? I guess we would just change the material then. Like so. Well, material. Okay. Mining block iron state 1. Okay, so save this as mining block cold state 1. It did change the change the iron mesh. Thought I made it unique, but apparently not. Iron mesh. Health state 3. Let's see. Okay. It looks yellow here. Now it's fixed. Okay. And this one. It's best to make it from scratch, I think. Make a box mesh. Add this one. Can't I copy this one? Duplicate. Rock. Gold. Here. Okay. Just like a temporary mesh then. Should it be the same toughness as iron? Should it be harder? Softer? Hmm. Could start by trying to make it tougher and see how it feels. Is it worth more? Like even if it's like 50% tougher, it could be worth 3 times more, which is still makes it like super worth in comparison. The visuals. called health 3 to 1. Okay, that's correct. When we break the block, okay, we tell the block drop manager that we broke a block of block type, which is the enum resource type. So enum resource type dot gold. Fine. We can do the pebbles next. Again, we can just make some temporary stuff. Block drop manager. Did loot spawn? Loot spawn, yeah. Pebble count. And pebbles per break. So we get a block pebble. Uh, this is only run by the server. Loot spawn should only be run by the server. Yeah. If it's server. Called by server from mining block. Called block break. Yeah. Run by server. That's fine. So here, pebble update on spawn, block type, and depth toughness. So that is like the deciding factors on things like, yeah, basically the setup of the pebble is if it's going to be gold. Update on spawn. Okay. So it sets depth toughness and ore type. Apply visual and apply value. And what about the weight? Apply weight. Weight, value, and visual. They're all set when the ore type is set. Let's do gold. Then we need a gold mesh. Okay, we got the gold mesh. Now we need a gold value. Export. This is a big ass script actually. Okay, that's the mesh. Weight, value. We did the value up here. Here's the weight. Um, we got the weight, the value, and the visuals, which I hope is going to be enough. Block spawner. We need to tweak it so that gold can spawn. Block spawner. The weight. Iron. The There's not many settings up here except for the depth max, which is used here for iron. Hmm. So at depth 0, it's going to be close to 0. So the lower value of depth. Lower value of depth is going to make iron spawn less frequent. Here. So N01 is set based on the noise. Okay. Now, if we're going to try a little without the depth factor, that would automatically be like one right here. One right here is like really, really common then. Okay. Well, the depth factor is still okay, but maybe it's way too powerful like it is here. Like if it starts at almost 0, it's gonna be such a huge difference when it goes down. Let's see. It started at 0.2, then I'm trying to think how to do it because we can either do like in look here, is it a special block or is it a normal block? And if it's a special block, did iron, gold, or something else? And then keep this section the same frequency on all depth levels, but increase the odds of, for example, gold versus iron as we go lower. That's one way to do it, or we could have set values for these. Gold, silver, gold, silver, and iron. All of these could be like set values that never change. Because since we dig deeper, the value increases of the ore, then it's still gonna be as rewarding to go deeper as if, for example, gold was more common. Like the problem is if we make gold very common when we go very, very deep, and we also have like a scaling factor on the value when we go deep, what's gonna end up happening is that we're gonna first get a lot more gold, and then it's gonna be worth a lot more than it is on top. So then the scaling is gonna be out of hand, basically. Which is why I think we don't need don't need to scale it so hard when it comes to frequency of how often we find it when we go down. What we might want to do is say like this section is always at any depth. Then we can have like this section here, which turns these stone blocks into some other kind of block. This could be like depth 10, for example, plus then we can spawn mithril, whatever. Then the total range of special blocks will increase. As we go deeper, we'll find less of normal stones, though. It would, of course, be possible to mix the mithril in here only when we're below depth 10 as well. You're basically just saying like this section, 20% chance of there being a special block, for example. It's gonna roll what kind of block it's gonna be. And that roll has some requirements when it comes to the depth level. Something like that is probably a good idea. Basically, we can remove things like stone and air from the equation here. You can do a separate roll in the beginning, like is it a special block or is it a stone or air block? If it's a special block, then we do this. So determine the block type. Fallback should normally not be used. It's only used if OR noise is not set. Okay. So before we do all of these calculations down here, I think we can basically roll random float or something. The rand f, is that 0 to 1? Yes, it is. Okay, so we can say 20% chance of the block being special. Then we just have to decide like how much stone and how much air are we gonna have. But we might have something more than just the noise though. Let's see. We have the noise. Then we have one weight on stone. While the air, 1 minus depth factor multiplied by 1 minus the noise. Seems unnecessarily complicated. Should also have the weights up here. Weights, normal blocks, weights, special blocks. Stone weight, load, air weight, load. You cannot hide. You found me. Welcome. Let's say every 10 blocks is an air block. Wonder if there's maybe several parts of this script that I should rewrite at some point. We'll see. What about the fallback one? Did that use closest block? No. It's all about the noise then. Setting the block type. Okay, so the noise value gets returned from 0 to 1 here. Let me see. Blah, 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 blah. Func noise value calculation, return float. So the original noise value is like from -1 to 1. I don't know. How would you call a variable that has just been mapped from -1 to 1 to 0 to 1? I don't know. Noise value 0, 1. Maybe that's understandable. So noise X, Y, and Z. You going longer today? It's more like I started later. I should get something done at least. I'm not sure how long I'll go, but I've only been at it like, doesn't it say on the stream or something? 3.5 hours. Yeah, that's not so long. If you want to take a look at the stream setup tomorrow evening or something, Stolen ID, that would work for me. But if it doesn't work for you, we can arrange another time. So we do the noise value calculation, return a float. We get the noise value here. Could say mapped 0, 1 as well. Or we could just say returns float 0, 1. And then we don't. Special block cutoff. Zone weight, air weight. Block type selection. Special block cutoff. Load. Let's say we noise values above will give special block. Okay, like this. The noise value is not higher than the special block cutoff. Then we can roll between the normal blocks. There should be no depth factor in those. Let's copy this up. The total is stone and air. Make a new function actually. Where is this gonna be? It's gonna be at the end, right? It's maybe it's just complaining because we're not returning a resource type. Okay, yes. You usually go live at 20:30. Would have to be before that. What about like 5:17? All right. What about this time tomorrow then at 18? Would that work? We could try it then. If it doesn't fit, just tell me. I don't have any plans, so it doesn't matter if you have to cancel or something. Just let me know. But then we will try at 18 tomorrow then. Let's say the weight is more like in the range of 0 to 1 and the total. Hmm. Oh, maybe that's annoying. I don't want the total weight here to add up to 1 necessarily. Then as I add more things, I would have to recalculate it and stuff like that. That's going to be annoying. We would rather do something like scale noise. So then this should be a dictionary maybe. Normal block weights dictionary. Hmm. Okay. That. Now we can do for weight in normal block weights. Normal blocks weights. Weight. And we add them all together. Then we just set scaled noise equal noise value multiplied by total weight value. So the point is, let's say that we have weights of like 1, 0.3, and 2. With these three, the total weight is going to be 3.3. Now let's say the noise value rolls in a range from 0 to 1. Let's say it rolls 0.7. Then we multiply it by 3.3, like this. 2.3, 0.7. We get 2.31. And basically, the noise value is now going to be scaled in the range from 0 to 3.3. We can check which one of these blocks it's going to hit. Maybe it will be clearer in code. Now we're going to do something similar to this, but we're going to use it to find the block type to return. So each time we check the weight of a block, let's say we check the weight of stone, it's 1. So we add 1 to the weights. Then we can check if added weights is larger than the noise value. Larger or equal, I guess. Then return. Block type. So then how it's going to work is if we have weight stone 1, weight air 0.2. First, we're going to add them together, scale the noise so that the noise will be in range of 0 to 1.2. Now we're going to iterate through each one of these weights and add them together and keep checking if the noise is the yeah, then we're going to see if the weights, added weights are higher than the noise. So let's start with adding air. We take a look. We are at 0.2. So this means if the noise is, the scaled noise is at 0.2 or lower, we have met the criteria and we will return air. If not, we will move on to the next block. The total value will now be 1.2, these two together. And then we see like, is the noise value lower or equal than this? If it is, then we return stone. And this structure is gonna work when we add like multiple things down here with a lot of weights. It's still gonna, like I don't have to change the code when I add more weights this way. What exactly do you want to go over tomorrow? Just a general setup or also plugins, etc.? Well, I didn't have much in mind. I was just thinking at least um, the thing with the music, just setting up the music track to number 2 and making sure it doesn't go to the VOD and stuff like that, so that I don't have to worry about audio in my Chrome. That's the main thing. So that's probably 5 minutes since you know it. If there is something else that you think like, oh, you should really have this thing. It's easy and fast to set up, and it will give some value. Then we can add that as well. You know, it's up to you. I'm just happy to get some assistance. So you're the one who decides how much time you want to spend. Okay, great. Sounds good, man. Um, this block type should be enum's resource types, but doesn't it realize maybe that, do I need a fallback for it to stop complaining maybe? Yeah, I need it. He thinks that this might not always be true. It should always be true. It should never get to this point, but it's like, oh well, we can have it like this, fallback. Scale noise. Value. Okay, so now we're selecting a normal block. Now let's do the same thing for the special blocks, but we might have to add some logic for the depth when we do this. Uh, um, we do exactly the same for special blocks. We do iron, and we do gold. Let's say every 5 iron blocks you find 1 gold block. Special block weights. Um, we have fallback. We calculate the noise. Then select block type. Okay, so iron. Let's do depth scaling max. So the max depth scaling is basically where if you go deeper, you're not going to find the rarest resources more often. That makes sense. Okay. Here we're going to care about the depth probably. Is that a float? Yes. Let's just do a fallback where we return iron. Hmm. So here we want to do something a bit different, maybe. Current weight equals. Hmm. We match block type. If block type is, for example, iron, then current weight multiplied by we will set up a variable for the iron depth scaling. Hmm. But I do wonder how we would set it up if we wanted, for example, iron to never spawn below. Then we would probably need a function to set the iron depth scaling. When we get the current depth, but it shouldn't be needed as long as we make sure it's always worth to pick up iron. Like you never want to just, it should never feel bad to pick up the worst resource. It should feel really good to find gold, but it should never at the point be like you find iron and it's useless. Hmm. Let's say that we wanted to filter out certain special blocks by depth, first of all. Then we would probably duplicate dictionary and remove blocks that doesn't meet the criteria of depth. Or we could add another value in the special blocks dictionary of at which depth they do spawn. That's maybe easier. So let's see. I can find it here. We have weights. Weights and depth threshold. Zero. That's iron. Then gold. Copy this. Weight 0.2. Depth threshold. Then with this, gold should only spawn below 10. To check this, if this is working, we could just set this value to like 1,000,000 and then see. If you only get gold below 10, well, I guess when it's a special block. Okay, so I think that's how we're gonna do it. Then if we go down here, we do for block type in special block. Special block weights and depth threshold. It's too long of a name actually. Block type. If current depth threshold is higher than the current depth, we can continue to the next one. Skip it. But if it's If the depth threshold is okay, then we set total weight value plus equals this only weight. Okay. Now we count up the total weight. Next, find what block to return. We start at 0. We iterate the block types here. We do the exact same check. Skip if depth threshold not met. Okay, and then we do. I forgot to scale the noise as well, actually. Like so, and then we do this part with added weights. And we keep checking every time if we exceeded the noise value. Never mind the fallback. Shouldn't use a fallback. Fallback could just be returning stone or something. Calculate noise and then select ore type. There we go. Now it's a lot cleaner than how it was, I think. Doesn't necessarily work, but yeah, we don't even have what's going to happen if we return gold, right? You have to fix that. So here, here. This is for determining the block types. I guess I could do it like this since I started doing it in this script. Whatever. Determine block type, cube plus block map generation. It calculates the type. Here, block type. Blah, blah, blah. Get the pool block. Set it to spawn. Set the position. Scale. Scale position. Okay. Calculate basically what comes next if we're close to the edge of an existing calculated cube. Blah, blah, blah. Here is probably where we need to add some stuff. Basically, if we are spawning a gold type, then we set it to gold. I am. Let's see. We do only spawn one of those pebbles though, so is interaction broken? I cannot buy stuff. What have I done? Why can I not buy things? I don't think I touched. It could be some finicky stuff with the enum resource type. And the stores. The shop. World. Because the shops, they have selected the enums. Here, it is on iron though. It should be correct. Inventory manager. Let's make a debug mode. Default to false, but we turn it on for this one. And then here. Mm. Trying to upgrade. Does that run? Can't afford too little of cost type. Okay. Inventory manager. Edit item, resource type iron. 999. Actually, let me reopen the project. Too little of cost type. Okay. Take a 2-minute break to get some coffee, get some food in the oven. Actually, make that 5 minutes so I can go to the bathroom. And then we'll figure out what's happened to the inventory calculation there. Oh. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, Emma. Welcome. I'll reply to you in chat. Let's see. Where were we? Oh yeah. The edit item didn't work anymore. Unlucky. So what went wrong? Sorry. Blah, blah. Current inventory list is this. Okay. Hey. So let's see what it shows us. Can't afford too little of cost type. It didn't reach the debug mode. So edit item. Is that the one we call? Maybe we do count. Count item, maybe. We have up damage. Count item, okay. count. So inventory manager, the counting. Counting item 0, current inventory list 1. What is that? The inventory list. Dictionary. Okay. So we're editing item 1. Here, we tried getting the item. We were counting item 0. That's the problem then. Mhm. Counting item 0. It's enum's resource type. We're doing enum resource types iron here. Pickaxe shop. Set the cost type gold. There we go. There we go. And it shouldn't even be any of this. It should be actually a new resource. I can fix that right away then. So that I don't. Global currency. Cash. Dollars. Cash. Cash money. What should a global currency be named? Dollars. Cash. Money. Money. Money is good. Now inventory manager, money. And then we go smelter, blah, 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 smelt ore, RPC added or value, pebble ore type. So here we instead do, we always do money, 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 money. We don't need this one, pebble ore type. Just need the value. Oh, we can still do ore type, but we can have it as a placeholder. Maybe used for special smelting. Note. Could be used for special smelting. Melt, pebble, or type. Okay. That's one, and then inventory manager, we do the money, that's two. And then three is all the shops. Blah, 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 cost type. And we don't have money as an option yet. Save, exit, Godot. Yes. World, shop. Blah, 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 gold, money, okay. So, money. Okay. So that should take care of block spawner and yep. Add global currency. Money. I'm gonna download High God for tonight. by the creators of Apex Legends. Yes. Okie dokie. Mm. Should we just give it a test? Okay, this works again, good. Now let's go digging. Are we only finding stones? There's actually not a single iron. Unlucky. Very unlucky. Okay, so let's try and figure out where it went wrong. It's on the block spawner. Probably. Hmm. Here, determine block type, world block. Let's make a debugging mode here as well. Debug mode. Alright. Okay. The search block type 425 only 3. Okay. So it's already Here it's already returning only stones. Let's check if the ore noise is null. It might be actually because we do this fallback too early. Let's do the fallback more like here. Okay. I can keep this as well for now. Get noise 3D on a null value. Okay. Did I delete? Did I delete something that I needed? Or noise. Get noise 3D. The or noise. Or noise is not set. Okay. That's the problem. Noise. Ah, don't remember how it set the noise. Fast noise light resource. I just set it. No, not this one. This one. Can I just set it? Fast noise light. Yeah, and then I'm changing the values as I go, right? Yes. So it's making a noise map, but then it's, for example, the vertical might be scaling faster or slower than the horizontal, things like that. Okay. So did we spawn anything else in block type 3? I don't think so. So, but we did we get ore noise? Ore noise? No, we didn't get any ore noises, no. Good. So now we have noise. And print current noise. Or noise. Let's see what that is. No, we need the value of it. Here, noise value. Okay. And that should be only in debug mode. Okay, so 0.5. All of them are very close to each other. And let me just double check when we get more down. Some damage. Spawning block. So the ore noise is always very close to 0.5. I'm just waiting for more ores to spawn down here. There we go. Okay, so it's changing extremely slowly. Noise value calculation. This part. And we're using a fast noise light. Simplex mood. We might have had a bit of a different fast noise here. Because I reset it by accident. That might be why it's acting up. Let's see if ChatGPT knows my ore noise changes extremely slow. It's been in range from 0.47 to 0.53-ish for hundreds of blocks. I need it in range 0 to 1. So I suppose it's really close to 0 basically when this happens, before it gets mapped to 0 to 1. Or noise scaling vertical and horizontal. Vertical and horizontal. 0.08 and 0.03. Fast noise light always returns -1 to 1, but it does not guarantee a full range usage over short distances. Yes, the frequency is what decides how fast it changes. Okay. So the frequency is going to do two things then. It's going to make it so we get more variation the higher it is. But also keep in mind, like if we want how is it called? If we want veins of, for example, iron to spawn, then we would have to use a frequency which is not too high, because that would mean that as soon as we hit iron, it's going to completely flip to another noise value within the next block, you know. But if we have, let's say iron spawns at frequencies 0.95 and above, or noise value 0.95 and above, if the noise changes slowly, that means we can have like multiple irons in a row. So they actually visualized the noise map here, which is very cool. I love this stuff. This is very noisy. Let's try that one and just see. Blah 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 blah. Invalid access to key 2 in property of dictionary. Which one? This one. Added weights. Normal. Okay. So block type. Weight. There we go. Okay, so we see we at least got some of number 2 here. Spawning block type 2. Now I'm not sure if I can output the actual name of the enum. I don't think so. I think I tried it before. So spawning block type. So, can I print an enum's name? E.g. enum. Swaggers. Can I get my script to print swaggers instead of 0 when I set the variable to my enum swaggers and print it? I don't think it works though. You have to like do some extra code to say if it's swaggers, then you print. See how it suggests it? Okay, my enum keys value. Okay. Let's see if I'm able to do this. So it's enums dot resource type, and then keys, and then not inside but outside here we do block type, I think. Yes, okay, nice. It's crazy. So let's see if it prints iron. Yes, gold. No. Okay. But that might be fine. Like we might not be deep enough for gold yet. We could see if any of the values had hit gold if we were deeper down by seeing how high it goes. We have 0 0.67, almost 0.8, down to 5, down to 0.2. So we're not quite reaching like nowhere we are reaching close to 1 or close to 0 right now. We're not quite there. These enemies, they're annoying when they spawn. Let's put them to 360 seconds. And this trick to print the enum, I want to save it. So let's see. And the code. Debugging. Enums. Here. Okay. Printing enum names. Could maybe use an example that actually exists. Is value. And that would be like ore type. Like that. Okay. Iron. Very handy, indeed. Indeed. Yo, QRT. The above user is a bot? Yeah, I thought so as well. Thank you for telling me though. I'm getting DMs daily from people who take a special interest in my content and wants to support it somehow. It is pretty normal. A lot of bots out there. This was really cool though. Being able to print the enums, even though I wish that maybe it was a bit easier or even maybe standard that you printed the enum name. But oh well. This is a workaround that I can actually use. It's really good. What we can do is I'm thinking if I think my logic was a bit wrong earlier on the block spawner. Because I only spawned special blocks when I had a noise above 0.8, right? 0.87? Special, yes, special block cutoff. So that means that the special block only spawns when the noise value is already 0.7. Right. Which means when we start selecting the special block from noise, the possible range it can be is only 0.7 to 1. And here it's only 0 to 0.7 as well. So how are we going to deal with that? It's fantastic how lifelike AI is getting. A young girl in Germany had to undergo psychological counseling because she spent too much time interacting with AI and was slowly losing touch with reality. I see. Yeah, there will be more of that when when AI gets better, I guess. Has to be used with proper guidelines, I suppose. But just imagine like the possibilities in school and things like that. If you have like you can have a teacher like you got now, but every student gets tasks that are made specifically for them. They're like guided in a tone that is specifically for them by an AI. Like it has to be good, right? Compared to when you sit with 20 people in a classroom, the teacher only has time to go to 5 people before recess and help them out. Like the students that already does well, they don't get any attention because they are able to solve their problems, but the teacher doesn't have time to make specific problems for those students. And there might be more than 5 students that struggle. Maybe there's 10 students that struggle, and maybe 3 of them don't say anything. You see where I'm going? Like, if AI is used responsibly and in education like that, it has to be good, right? Once it gets well, if it gets even better, I guess. And if they want to make education system with AI. So here the noise value is guaranteed in range 1 minus wait, for the normal blocks, it's at the cutoff. What was it called? Special block cutoff. That is like the 0 to special block cutoff is the range for the normal blocks. But how I got this functionality set up down here, it would assume that the noise could be in range 0 to 1. Okay? 0 to 1. So what I want to do is first scale we want range 0 to 1. So in order to get that, we have to multiply or something. Current noise value. Is it divided by 0.7 then? Let's see. 1 times 0.7 divided by 0.7. Yes, okay, so we can do noise value equals noise value divided by special block cutoff. That should put it back in range. And I guess just to make sure we can clamp it 0 to 1, right? Bro, an account that is mere hours old, and specifically if the user first and last name is in combination, is usually always a bot or a call center. Just ban them. Yeah, good idea. I can just ban them. Let's see. Emma, was it Emma Carter? Ah, we already banned her. Okay. Thank you, Stoll. Yeah. We don't need any bots with ads. Cool. So this, I believe, should revert the range to 0 to 1 in this case. And then in the special block case, we're gonna have here noise is in range 1 minus special block cutoff to 1. And we want range 0 to 1. In order to fix that, we would have to do something like this, maybe. Let me think about this. So first off, we would have to do noise value decreased by special block cutoff. So if the special block cutoff is like 0.7, the noise value starts in here at 0.7 to 1. That is the possible range when we start out. If we then do minus the special block cutoff, now we're in range 0 to 0.3. To get back to the range of 0 to 1, we will have to do this. 1 minus special block cutoff. Noise value, blah, blah, blah. I believe we can debug it to see as well. Debug mode, print, spawning special block. Noise value range should be 0 to 1 here. Current noise value. Okay. Spawning normal block. Noise value should be 0 to 1. Current noise value. Let's see if we get some 0 to 1 here. So you have current noise. See if we get anything close to 1 and anything close to 0. 0.8 we had. Wait, current noise value. Noise value. Here we go. Okay, so we're up in above 9, 9.7, 9.9, that's good. Turns around. Here we're down to 0.18, 0.1. Are we anywhere? Yeah. Okay, we're very close to 0 as well. We should probably have this in one sentence so we can check it a bit easier. Spawning special block. Not see. Selecting special block. Current scaled noise value. Okay, spawning normal block. Like this. Now, you can look special block. So we know special block goes really low. 0.99. You know, normal blocks go really high. Now we do like this. Let me see how low is the lowest normal block. It's 39. That is really high. And how high does it go? 99. Okay. Now let's look at special block. Very close to 0. And the highest it goes is 0.33. So I did something wrong. Probably. Ah, one of those accounts actually came back to you. That's crazy. Mm. Well, let's do it like this then. Special block minus noise value. Rescaled noise is noise value, and scaled noise value is this. Okay, like that. Normal var scaled. Yeah, and then we use the same name down here, of course. Yeah, let's see. See how it's printing. Special. Scaled noise value 1. Okay. That's for the special. this one. So here I'm doing something very wrong. Let's see, what do we want? We want this. Width, special cutoff 0.7. This gives 0 to 0.3. This is 0 to 0.3. And then let's say it's the maximum is 0.3. We divide it by 1 minus special cut block off, which is 0.3. Then we reach the max of 1. That's what we want. Okay, let's try again. So let's look at the special blocks. Scaled noise value 1. Okay. That one was my bad. Okay. Now it's looking better. Let's pre-scaled noise. So when this is close to 70, that's when this should be close to 0. And when this is close to 1, that's when this should be almost 1 as well. But it never goes really high. 77 is the highest, maybe. Let's look at the normal blocks while we're at it. So here, close to 0.7 should be close to 1. Here we have 1. Okay, and then close to 0 should be, yeah, but it's only 0.5. Okay. So let's see what we did wrong here. Here, noise is in range 0 to special block cutoff. We want range 0 to 1. But the pre-scaled noise never reaches lower than 0.5. And that is calculated here. So that might just be an issue that we hit the bad pattern. But we didn't spawn enough blocks. Let's try 0.4. It should be much more varied. Normal. At least we see some pre-scale noise go lower now. So let's see, what are the lowest values we have? 0.3. Okay. I wonder if this is deterministic. No, it doesn't seem so. Current noise. What's the lowest we got now? 0.29. What's the highest we got? 0.7 something. Is it really changing that slowly? Is it because we have these multipliers? Are they way too small? Should we up them by 10 or something? At least we have some at 1, none at 0, none at 9, some at 8. It still doesn't reach the really rare ones. What if we have 1 frequency? That is like, see, it barely goes above 7. Like it seems like the cutoff is like 0.2 and 0.8. That's where like it stops. I guess I could dig down just to see if it changes a lot further down, but kind of doubt it. Ah, errors are coming. What is the errors? Too many shaders. Okay. So there are some limitations to applying shaders to each of these mining blocks. Let's see on the output. What was the lowest noise we got? 0.15. And the highest we got? 0.83. Yeah. I guess as long as these values I'm guessing like if this is not 1, and this is 1, and this is 1, The 3D noise is not one. So the 3D noise might be like the accumulation of these. If I have scalars on them, then that's gonna limit the maximum and minimum noise. What I'm thinking. So let's say that I want the noise to scale lower vertical, which would mean that we would have like veins of ores that go down. If I wanted that, then I would have to tweak what the maximum noise could be. You understand what I'm saying? Like, let's say that the noise is like, this is the maximum noise, right? 111. If you multiply the middle part here by whatever, 0.5, then the maximum is 1, 0.5, 1, which totals to like, I don't know, 0.95 or something, whatever. Depends how the noise calculates it, but yeah. Basically, I'm guessing if we comment out these things, then we will have a noise range which is more like, well, we're still not hitting anything below 0.01 actually, or 0.1 even. So maybe I'm wrong. That wouldn't surprise me. Hmm. I guess if we set the seed here, then it's like not random anymore. So with this noise calculation and simplex smooth, this noise calculation and simplex smooth 0.2 frequency, I detect mostly values in range 0.2 to 0.8. Few ones will barely go higher or lower than that. Removing the or noise scale vertical doesn't change much. So why is never the values approximately 1 or 0? So let's say 0.5 times the lowest we can go. -1 + 1 is 0. This should give 0 if noise value is -1. So it's this part that doesn't really approach -1. Could try like some other map types and see. Now you see it goes a little higher. Anything above 0.9? No. Anything below 0.1 maybe? Not really. Let's try cellular. Nope. Berlin. Nope. See what's going on. It's normal for coherent noise, and it's especially normal with simplex smooth. Gives you a smooth distribution, not a uniform random distribution, 2 keys effects. The extremes near -1 and +1 are rare. So they're like a bell curved formed noise. Okay. Okay, so here he's suggesting that if we have like if we hit a minimum of like 0.2 and a minimum of 0.85, then we set those as the min and max in the area and then remap all the values based on that. Not the best solution. Here we're basically making it so like if you roll a 0.8, that instead becomes a value much closer to 1, and if you roll a 0.2, it becomes a value much closer to 0. Basically like 0.2 becomes 0.04 and 0.8 becomes 0.96. I wonder how many cores we spawn when I have these trees. Like, I don't know how many entries is this. Maybe like 5, 10, 20, 40 entries maybe. And is it like 1,300 in total? Forty out of like 1,300. That's like 4%, 3%. I think the best thing we can do is basically set a new max and minimum for the noise. So, I mean, we can say, for example, the noise, if it's 0.2, it's the minimum noise. If it's lower than 0.2, it's still the minimum noise. Okay, simplex smooth. There's a lot of 0.8s here. Wow, now it's 0.98. What happened now? 0.0, 0.01. Okay, but only special blocks. Okay, normal. Normal blocks go high. Special blocks go low. Man, this is tough. Hmm. Like the highest special block is like 0.13. And it's because the values barely exceed 0.7. Yeah. So 0.8 should be max. That should be the highest value. 0.7 should be the lowest value in this case. Crazy. Okay. Most noise above the roof of noise is about 0.8, except extreme outliers. So we should treat, I should treat 0.8 as max noise. Minimum noise for special blocks is 1 minus special block cutoff. Godot 4.6 is out. Okay. Anything cool in the update? Hmm. Min noise. The floor of noise is about 0.2. I should treat this as the minimum noise value. The roof of normal block noise is 1 minus special block cutoff. I think we're approaching a solution. Believe it or not, I'm just trying to figure out how to math. But basically, for the special blocks, as long as I treat 0.8 as the max value, I think we're going to be quite good. And for the normal blocks, we'll treat 0.2 as the lowest value instead of 0 to 1, because these noise pattern, they have a bell curve apparently, which goes like they can be placed in this range that I made, 0 to 1, but they're going to be placed like this. And it's basically, it's even more extreme probably. It's probably like this, you know? So it's like these values, they barely don't exist. It's all about this area in the middle. The question, I was wondering if you knew any new cool features in 4.6 that you were looking forward to. They include Tracy. Okay. Sounds like a person, but I'm not sure if that's the case. Realistic range noise value. So realistic range. Is a performance tracing library. You can record part of gameplay with screenshots and see where you lost the most time. Oh, okay. I'm not sure how that works, but it sounds cool. And when you say lost the most time, I assume you're talking about like you lost frames or you had to do a lot of, there was performance issues, kind of. Noise value minus minimum noise value. I need to figure out how to map this back to 0 to 1. So we have 0 to 1. We cut it off here. Say 0.2 is the lowest. We cut it off here. We say 1 minus the special block cutoff is the highest. So this should be the new 0 and this should be the new 1. But this is 0.2 though. So for this to be 0, it has to be minus 0.2. Okay. So I guess we can start there, right? All right, new. I think we're gonna make like map normal block noise 0, 1. I think we need like a helper function for this stuff. Noise map 0, 1. Okay, then we just have to make sure this returns a float. Returns float 0 to 1. If we do it correctly, at least. Takes noise value float. Eh. New noise. Or whatever. I'm just gonna keep calling it noise. I don't care. And change the name after. First we clamp it. Then we do noise minus min noise. Okay, now we are here. Now we got the range 0 to this minus 0.2. And this was 1 minus special block cutoff. Okay, so first of all, clamp it to 0.2 to special block cutoff. Then we're here. If you it's frame time. Okay, so if you want to integrate trace yourself, you would need to call special functions in C++. The data is sent to Tracy via TCP, which then stores everything. You can then view performance logs in Tracy again. It's on GitHub. Okay. IK improvements. Not sure what that is either. I always wondered how you would check the performance in your games. Mm. Okay, so in this specific case, we could just multiply by 2 to get the range of 0 to 1. That might not always be the case, I guess. I guess it would always be the case that we divide by the top here. The max of the range. Divide by new range max. So new range max equals this part. And we're back to 0 to 1. I hope. So with the noise mapped to 0 to 1, what now? We scale it further based on the total weights. And then we count. Okay. Let's try to make the same happen below here. So here we want to map special block noise from 0 to 1. And then here we're going to do scaled noise is the 0 to 1 map noise times the weights. Okay. Then we remove these. And now we try a similar process here. So the noise, we range it from, we're going to say 0.7 is now 0, the minimum. The minimum is special block cutoff, and the maximum we're going to put at max noise value. And that's going to give us 0.7 to 0.8. Next, what we want to do here is this time we're going to minus special block cutoff. That's going to give us 0 to 0.1. And then new range max. That's going to be the 0.1 right here. New range max is going to be 1. So let's see, how do we calculate this? It's going to be max noise value minus special block cutoff, right? Which is in this case going to be 0.1. And max noise value 0.8. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's see if we get some special blocks close to 0 and some special blocks close to 1. Before we had like the highest was 0.15 or something. Let's see. 0.16. Here's a low one, 0.3. And here's a high one, 97. Okay. So it uses the full range. Now we could also take a look at the distribution of these. Can you draw a distribution curve for these values? Oh, sorry. I did. 10. Okay. Let's look at the normal blocks. Oof, here there are some weird calculations because we get the scaled noise above 1. That is not good. 0.5 is scaled noise value 3. Okay. Let's go back. Normal block. This one is wrong. Let's see. You put in a noise value, which is like 0.2 to 0.8-ish. We clamp it from 0.2 to 0.7 because anything above 0.7 is a special block and it's not going to be regarded as a normal block. We then minus the minimum noise value, and let's make sure it's actually 0.2. Yes. Which should give us the range 0 to 0.5. The new range max, this is wrong, right? The new range max is special block cutoff minus minimum noise value. That's how it's going to be. Now let's see if it's better. Okay. See some 0.9s. See some 0.2. 0.05, okay. That's good. That's very low. 0.02, okay. Now we still have to see that they're actually spawn something though. Iron. Spawning. Gold. No gold yet. Okay. Stone. A lot of stone. Mhm. Okay, here's iron. And we can see they spawn next to each other. So here we see like a vein, I guess. I see it's huge, this vein. Huge vein of iron. Which could be fine if we, for example, do things like use a bit of lower weights on the pebbles, make them smaller, make them worth a little less, and then yeah, then having big veins could be fun. This was super big. Okay, and over here there's some as well. Okay. Let's take a look a bit deeper down. You can see these minor lag spikes if you pay attention. Not many right now, but if they come, there one came, and that's when you spawn. When I spawn a lot, and it's probably when I spawn air pockets, I spawn everything around the air pocket as well. Yeah, and now we met some criteria for the shaders, but let's see. If we now look gold, no, still no gold. Ton of iron, no gold. Special. We have, for example, this one, right? Selecting special block, 0.97. Assume that's supposed to be within the gold range. I think gold range is actually supposed to be like 0.8. when it's done correctly. So gold, 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 gold. Okay. Choose special block. And this, from here, it's choose normal. Choose special. Oh, that reminds me, did we spawn any air? Yeah, we did. A lot. Let's look at the size of the slider compared to stone. Probably like one air every 4 or 5 stones, something like that. That's fine. So there should be like air pockets as well, to be honest, somewhere. There were some iron veins. Here's an iron vein. See, they're pretty big. Ah, this is air, right? Yeah. Here's no. I've already been here. Okay. I was thinking like that looked like an air pocket, but it wasn't. Now I'm at the top. Here wasn't one air pocket, but it wasn't that big. This was an air, but it's like only one block. Here air, okay, one block. Here again, one block. So the air is like very limited with the current setup. I do have like, I do stop air from spawning too much at once. So maybe I messed up and it's spawning like only one at a time. The safeguard is basically if I'm spawning it blocks around and like when I'm spawning this spot, for example, this was air. When I spawn this spot, then if that was on the edge of the mine, because I only spawn rocks as I mine. So let's say that this was at the edge of the mine, then I would have to spawn the rocks behind it as well, so there's not a hole that goes into space. And let's say that one of those blocks spawned air as well, then I would have to repeat the process, and it could be like forever spawning session. So I made like a recursive, if it spawned already a few air blocks, then it should stop. Yo, the 2 Devin. This is your 36th day of using Godot and you got this far. Yes, I suppose it could be 40 to 50 days if you counted a lot of days where I was hopping on Godot and puzzling for an hour or something on my free time, but mostly 36 days of maybe 4 to 8 hours, I would say. But thank you for the praise. I just spent the whole last week on making these rubble effects that spawn from the mining and the little sparks that fly when you hit it. I used Brackey's tutorial for it, and I was very happy with it. You've been using Godot for the past few months, and you have been struggling to sticking to one project, so giant props to you. Hey, the two Devin, thank you so much. Yes, I of course wanted to switch project a few times as well, but I know a lot of people say you should stick with one project until you finish it. That's a good way to learn. And that's what I did for my first project in Unity as well, and I was happy that I did so. So I'm gonna do it here as well. Gonna stick to it until it's done. Yeah, it's tough sticking to one project, right? But it's rewarding if you're able to get through a lot of boring parts or parts where you get stuck. Like eventually, the project will get better and better if you move in the right direction. Yeah, absolutely not the two, Devin. There, I think that is probably one of the most normal things to do is to switch projects a bit too often when you start out as a game dev. Hmm. So we're trying. I was gonna think like, why did the gold spawn so little? Well, let's take a look at it. So it has weight 0.2 while the iron has weight 1, right? Um, Now we mapped the noise to 0 to 1, and we could confirm that it was around there. Let's see. Um, Special block. Ah, here's one that is exactly 1. That is the roof. It's good we could observe that it didn't go above 1. I should maybe just to make sure, clamp it 0 to 1, just in case. Especially now that we observed that it was doing it correctly. 0, 0.9, 0.2, 0.14. There is not many values close to 0 though, that we can see. But they exist. Like 0.001, super low. Okay. So we can clamp this one as well. So we know we have 0 to 1. That's a lot of red errors. Yeah, it's the I make shaders to color the blocks, and apparently there's like a maximum to how many instances I can have on that. All right, to Devin, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. I'm happy you joined us. If you want to see how it could be to stick to one project as a complete newbie, I'm still a newbie, but I actually recorded like 350 hours or something of me making my first game in Unity, and I made a 6-minute video or something on YouTube. So check out Swabby Games on YouTube if you want to see how the process might look when you stick to one project and you do it for the first time. Keep in mind, you're probably going to be faster than me because I didn't know how to code. So have a nice day. Block type. So here we check, are we below the depth threshold, which should be like 10, and normally we should be, but I'm gonna do a little test here. If current depth threshold is larger than the current depth, let's do, it should be opposite, right? It should be like this. No. Yes. No? Wait. If current depth is larger than the threshold, then we should. Let's say this is 10, the threshold. Let's say we're at 11 depth. Now we should spawn the block. If the threshold is 10 and we're at 11 depth, this is going to be false. We will skip it and we will include the block, which is what we want. Okay. I just want to see if debug mode print current depth including block type. And now we can use our little trick. Let's see where it is. This thing. So we print the resource type of keys of block type. From enums. Okay. Now it should print stuff like iron and gold. You can look. Okay, so here we see this is all the special blocks in our log that spawn below depth 10. So gold is included. That's good. And iron should always be included. Because it doesn't have a requirement. Okay. But there's not so many special blocks as we can see. That's interesting. You're off as well, Kurt. Thank you for stopping by. Let's see. Scaled noise value. Noise mapped 0 to 1 times total weight value. So in the cases where gold was included, then the noise map should increase by 1.2. I guess I can print debug mode if current depth larger than 10 or equal to 10. Print total weight value special block total weight value. And I'm hoping it's gonna say 1.2. Okay, so this time I didn't actually hit gold though. try again. It's a bit too rare maybe if we don't hit it at all, like in the first one. Okay, here we have some gold. Now we can see total weight value. Some of them are 1.2 and some of them are 1.0, even though I should only print it at current depth 10 or below. Let me turn around this thing a little bit. Let's do it like this. Still, it says 1.0 a lot of the places, and that is a bit weird. No, it's not. It says, yes, it's weird maybe that it says it multiple times in a row. Let me think. If we have debug mode and not, okay, so this makes sense, right? At 0, it only includes iron. At 18, it includes iron and gold. That's correct. There was something weird about the weight values. Why is it printing? Weight value. Why is it printing? It's because current depth threshold of iron is 0. That's why. Yeah. So it prints for iron. That makes sense. So we'll have to put in the one for gold manually. Gold. No gold this time. Post. No gold this time either. Come on, gold. Okay, here. There's spawned some gold. Well, at least the possibility of becoming gold. Special block total weight value. Okay, so that makes sense. It first adds the iron, which is 1, and then it adds the gold, which is 0.2. That's why we have 1.2 all the time. Okay. Now let's look at the added weights. It begins at 0. And then it goes through the blocks in block type, weights, and depth threshold, just like it does up here. But this time it looks at the weight. First it checks the depth threshold, then it adds the weights. If the depth threshold is met. It looks at the scaled noise value. Here we can say added weights versus scaled noise value. Spawning in. Block type. And once more, we will print it so we can actually read it like so. Added weights 2. Okay, so that's a bit weird. And we can see the scaled noise value is like the highest is 0.41. No, maybe 0.5. So special blocks shouldn't have a noise value above. Seems right. It didn't this time. It didn't have any value above 0.5. Anyways, it was completely off with the added weights. Added weights was 2. So for block type in special block weights, added weights plus equals special block weights and depth threshold, which should be for iron, it should be 1. If current depth threshold is what does it say here? Higher than current depth. Yeah. Okay, we get the depth threshold. But we add the weights first. That's not right. We have to check if we should add it first and then we add it. Okay, let's try again. Added weights, 1. Nowhere does it say 1.2, but that's correct. We didn't spawn any gold. Let's try again. Okay, so we are including gold. Added weights. So here we spawn the gold. But it's extremely rare. It's a bit too rare, right? So the problem is that as we go down the list here of resource types we add, we are, I'll show it on the bell curve, right? Basically, bell curve again looks like this. And our special, it actually looks more like it's completely nothing here. And then it goes up here and then completely nothing here. So our special minerals is maybe somewhere like here to here. We start with the first entry in the dictionary here, weight 1.0. We check that one first, and then we check the 0.2. This is divided, this is like the 1.2 range that we're getting from these two weights, where 1 goes like here. This is all iron, this is gold. And you can see it's not only gonna be like, gold has like this one slice, and no, the iron has like the one slice, and the gold has a pretty big slice, 0.2. That's not how it works, because you have to look at the area under the curve, and you'll see like the area that the gold gets is so tiny because we're already towards the ends of the bell curve. So that's like the issue, right? But I do want to use the noise, because the noise will then still give these clusters, like clusters of gold and so on, which is cool. Question is, what kind of weights should I use so that gold spawns frequent enough? Like, I bet you, like if I put the gold weight to 2 and the depth threshold to 0, I think it's still gonna be about the same amount of gold and iron, even though from this it looks like it's gonna be double, right? Because it has double the weighting. Yeah, I think it's pretty 50-50. Like I said, even though gold has twice the weighting, because now it's divided like iron has this slice right here, and gold has this slice. And you see the area under the curve for the gold and the iron is It's going to be pretty much the same, right? So maybe this is approximately right. Now we got 2 gold and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 iron. 2 versus 13. It's still a little low, bit on the low side. 1.5. Now, how I'm gonna actually tweak these values, if I'm gonna keep the bell curve like this, I'll have to see. I will have to see. So here is some iron, and it's not gonna be uncommon that when we have these veins of iron, we're actually gonna find some veins of gold as well. And the reason for that is that here's some gold, right? So the reason for this is that when we're spawning in iron, we're already getting a pretty high noise value, and it's at the highest noise values that we get gold. Yeah. Come with me, little gold ball. Let's see what you're worth. Is this where I came from? I'm so slow. Come gold. $979. I didn't get anything. Unlucky. Then again, I don't know if iron works at the moment either. 979. Bring this one. $980. Okay, so the iron worked. The pebble of the gold was definitely gold color, so it seemed like it was getting the correct ore type. Resource type gold. Gold weight multiplied by depth toughness. I think I know what I did wrong, maybe. Because I did notice it was very heavy, and it's not supposed to be. No, it is correct value. Ah, Update or weight. Uses or weight, that's correct. Or weight. So or value. Gold value multiplied by depth toughness. Gold value is 3. But it's an export, so maybe that messes with something. Gold, 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 gold. It is correct here. I think this is the one I'm using. It's the smelter that should give the money, I believe. Smelt pebble ore type. So edit item, resource type money, or value. Or value should be gotten from the body here. Debug mode, true, false. I think maybe I'm gonna stop for today, but then make some notes on where I am, what I'm working on. So gold spawns, you must check if the weight of pebbles are correct and if the value smelting works as intended. Spawns, consider if the way veins spawn at the moment is desired. Okay. So task log 26. Add a new block type gold. Block spawner now correctly utilizes noise map. Weeks remaining. This is week 3. New mineable gold block. Higher value, same weight. Tweaked block spawner to use noise map and include veins. Spawning in veins. And I'm going to call it debugging the fact that noise map generates bell curves. Min and max realistic noise has been tweaked to better match the bell curve. So that includes a pebble. Mineable plus pebble gold. Made as iron. Rarer. More rare. Rarer than iron. Only below depth 10. If I add it again at least. But I don't think I will actually. I'll think about it. Added a new global currency money. Okay, think that's it. Thanks for watching and have a nice evening.